Hello farmers and welcome back to Pichonniere Valley. Hopefully everyone's having a good Tuesday so far. Hello FS Farmer, Bob, Branding. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better today than you were yesterday. But yes, it's a Tuesday, and as I was kind of giving some hints out yesterday, yes, the announcement did come out earlier today on the first DLC for the Year 2 Season Pass. We're going to go over that in a little while. We'll let some people mosey on in later on. So probably in about a half hour or so, we'll go over what the first DLC will be. I think it releases late March or so. But yeah, we'll go over what they have said or what they have shown in about a half hour or so. In the meantime, we got some work to do here on the farm. Maybe not in August, but I think we're getting ready to go over to September. Yesterday we were busy spreading manure on our fields from the moo cows. And I think we did some contracts. We got our money back up to $66,000, so not too bad. But yeah, I think we're ready to go on to September. Just want to check on a couple of things. I was just over here a second ago. I do realize I think my grass fields may need some lime here and here. It's kind of showing that it's a little bit on the bad side. So we want to boost up the yield a little bit more in this, because in October we got to make hay over here for the cows. So we'll get to that in September. What's the sale page you got? I kind of forgot. A New Holland T8, and well, that's too much horsepower for this series. And the Mercedes, not a bad tractor, but we already got one, so I think we're good there. Hello, Kells. Welcome. Hello, Leyland Hughes. Probably not even close to even saying that right, but welcome. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just sleep through the night. I don't think we need to do anything. Oh, the animals, cows are good for, okay, they need to be fed next month. And the chickens are good for 4 months. So they're all set. I think I'm all set. Wait, did I collect on all the contracts that I did yesterday? I think so. Yes, we did. We are good. Yeah, let's sleep until 8 o'clock. That's fine. Don't have a whole lot of work to do in September, but we got some work. Big eye roll for the DLC. Branding, do you like any of the DLCs that ever come out? I wasn't going to put the cultivator away, but what do we got for contracts to start the day while we do some work here? There's a mowing contract for that field up there again. It is $10,000, so maybe I will send the Mercedes up there to do that contract while we do some work. So let's accept that contract, and yeah, we'll get a worker up there. And nope, get out of the fence and into the Mercedes, please. Thank you. I watched this because we bought this yesterday, used it for about an hour, and all the paint on the inside is already peeled on it. And there's that invisible fence from the chicken pen. I don't get it. Sometimes you can just drive right over that grass, these grass nodules where the invisible fence is. And other times it's like hitting a brick wall. Drop that off there. Hello, John. Welcome. Where did I leave the mower? There's the mower. And I probably should top this off with some fuel. Luckily we can get fuel from this hut. Easy peasy, nice and easy. We'll throw the beacons on. So like I said, we get the contract up and going. We're going to spread lime on at least these 2 grass fields, feed the cows, maybe even sell the cheese. The cheese should be a good price in September. When October comes, we got to plant our spelt, and I think it's going in the field across from the yard. I need to adjust my microphone here. I need to adjust a lot of things. A busy, busy morning. It was so busy, I actually almost forgot the time was going by so quick. I caught in the last second what time it was. I'm like, oh, the stream. I need to get the stream started. Which made me rush for a quick snack, because I haven't ate nothing yet this morning. Nothing like a quick granola bar to get you through for the next 4 hours. At least 4 hours. I didn't even get a chance to, as I was mentioning yesterday, Rescue Ops is now in play, has a play test going on. I downloaded it last night, didn't even get a chance to even open up the game to see if it's good enough to maybe stream or make a video on it. Feeling better today, Branding. That's good to hear. Is that my field to the left of the farm? Well, depending on what direction I was facing when you said that. I have no idea. I have no idea what field you were mentioning about. Alright. So it is going to drop into swath. I really don't care anymore. I used to switch it back and forth, but... wait, you already got a course. Oh, because this is the last one I did, so go ahead and just head on off. There you go. We will grab... Actually, no. Let me look at the price of the cheese first, see what that's doing before I do anything else, because it might be at its peak. Cheese, 1933. It's not going up. It's not going down. So, yeah, we can get $52,000 for the cheese. So let's go ahead and load up the cheese. I will not need the cultivator for anything. Yeah, the DLC, like I said, we're going to go over it in a little while. I'm just going to let people get into the stream here before we kind of go over it. I'm not too interested in the machinery too much. Oh, there's that trailer. I have slight interest or curiosity about the wild boars. I was trying to hint at something a little bit yesterday. Every time I saw a deer running around the map, I'm like, speaking of deer and the DLC, trying to hint at wildlife coming with the DLC. Let's go ahead and just pop this right there. Be good. You want to unfold. Turn that off. Bob, I'm not sure what field you're talking about, but we own this field here next to the farmyard. If you're talking about the field across that way, straight ahead, no, we do not. But of course, we own the grass fields, but I think you would know that by now. So yeah, the John Deere. Make sure the pallet forks are on there. They are. Should be able to pick up, are the forks at the right distance or spread apart? Looks like they are. We can pick up all four of these. This John Deere does not have an issue with that. Question is, am I going to have an issue with it? Oh, are we, did we cross the threshold for the cows, meaning, yes, the second set of cows now are making milk. So now we got 40 cows. We have doubled our milk production now. More milk means more cheese, please. So the sell point we're going to is, well, it's an interesting one. It's a hard one to actually get all the product in, so I'll have to see how it goes. I see a few people have been, did watch the video released earlier today of Transport Fever 2. And I should mention, because we were talking about it yesterday, Park Ranger Simulator, I think I am done with that, at least for a while. I logged in last night to make an episode for tomorrow, and, well, my truck was gone, and my truck was nowhere to be found, and I went to the discussion forum to see if anyone else had the issue and how to resolve it, and a lot of people are having issues with the truck disappearing. So I don't really enjoy running around the map on Park Ranger Simulator without a truck. So, and after reading the discussion forum, a lot of people are having some issues with some other things that I haven't encountered yet. But I figured, you know what, I probably will. And it's issues that would definitely make you not want to continue playing the game because it would be too frustrating to try to do so. So, as of right now, even though when I was playing it, I said the game was rather buggy, but I could deal with it. At this stage, Park Ranger Simulator is, I guess, put on the back burner until something better happens. Kind of like with Sky Harvest I was doing a few weeks ago. You're picky about the DLCs? Well, as you should be. I mean, honestly, like I said, this DLC doesn't thrill me too much in the sense of, well, when we go over the stats here in a little while, like I said, we're going to check out the DLC that comes out March 24th here in just a little while. The machinery doesn't thrill me that much. The wild boars kind of do. I don't want to say thrill me, but I'm curious about them. So, yeah, I don't know. Because in the machinery pack, if you're running a big farm, I don't think this DLC is something you're going to want to do. Because the implements are not that large. At least the ones I had a quick look at yesterday. Can you get high enough? Yes, you can. Come on. Get off there without... Alright, hang on a second. Before I tip this over, because I've been doing good here, let's go ahead and lock this stuff in. Come on. Get off there. There we go. Considering buying after watching the second episode. If you're talking about Park Ranger Simulator, no, don't buy it yet. Do not buy it yet. I tried a lot of things to get my truck to respawn in Park Ranger Simulator and could not get to do it, so I ran around to see if it spawned somewhere else. Couldn't get to do anything, so yeah, not really sure. Lock that all in. So we got 26,000 liters of cheese. Thought you saw that peanuts are in the menu and the machines to harvest it too. Don't know if that's true. Well, in FS25, there is, I guess, I haven't looked at it personally, but in FS25 there are some modded maps that have peanuts as a crop. So maybe that's where you saw something about it. Wild boars could be big trouble ruining crops. That's what the note says. Yeah, we will talk about that in a little while. Just want to get more people in here before I go over it, so that way I don't get asked questions throughout the rest of the stream about it. I thought I'd be excited about the DLC because of increased yield. Well, it's the size of the implements that, I mean, maybe on this series here it would be okay because we're not doing a big farm here. But on bigger maps, it's just, I don't. Yeah, we'll go over the details and what the implements, the working widths, and everything about it. And again, it's one of those things, you know, until we get more information, it says increase yield, but how much does it increase it? Is it compatible with precision farming? Is it, you know, does crop rotation, will that work with it? Although crop rotation is a mod, not a DLC. Time will tell. DLC doesn't come out for another month. I mean, I have, you know, I'll have the DLC. That's, of course I'll have the DLC. It's one of those things, though, is it worth it? And I got to reread it. I read it real quick yesterday. I read it real quick this morning. But it might be just for grass. I'm not sure. It might be just for grass only. That's a lot of cheese. Well, eventually at some point here in France, we might be making some wine. So, cheese and wine. Along with mayonnaise. I didn't mark where I need to go. I'm just hoping I'm going to the right sell point. I think it's just right up here on the road. I gotta look for a road going now to the left. Where? Oh, it's after this. I think it's after this crosswalk. I mean, branding does bring up a good point. I do like yield increase. So, I mean, his point's valid. Alright, so you may be asking, why are you going in this way to the sell point? Well, For some reason, Black Sheep Modding thought it'd be funny to put in a height restriction pole coming in, and I can't get in that way, so this is the way we're coming in. I'm going to try to sell most of this as I can here. Again, I can't use super strength or anything, so if things hit the fan here, and then I got to back up a articulated trailer, which is not fun. Any chance I can drive through this hedge? Wait, we can drive through the hedge? That's not collidable. Alright, wait a minute. Yeah, I might be able to drive through that. I don't know. We may try it here in just a second. If things don't go really bad here. Alright, I still got one more pallet. Alright, this is not realistic, driving through the hedge. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do. Alright, that was sold. Oh, you can... No, okay. I thought I was. No, you cannot drive through that. How bad is it going over these rocks? I mean, it's not ideal, but we can drive over the rocks. Well, there isn't really a trailer that can hold as much that's not articulated. There might be some on the mod hub. I just didn't look. I mean, I don't mind articulated trailers that much. It's just a little bit more inconvenient when you need to back up. It's nice to have articulated trailers when you're in tight spaces when you're trying to turn, because it turns a lot quicker. Alright, so now we gotta spread lime on the grass fields. Oh yeah, we also need to feed the moo cows. And yes, I also do need another shed. Maybe we will get ourselves a shed today. How much TMR do I got in here? Almost 30,000 liters. Alright, let's get the John Deere down here. I think it's 2 hay bales, 2 silage bales, and a straw bale for our recipe. Four-wheel farmer? Well, that tractor did have 4 wheels on it. Trailer has a little bit more. Actually, no. What? No, the trailer has 6 wheels. Did I get wide wheels or doubles? No, it has 6 wheels on it. Can I have my bale back, please? Yeah, so when I cut the grass in October, yeah, we're going to need some silage. We're going to need some hay bales. So may not be making or selling any bales next cut. I thought this would be a nice shed for our bales, but it's actually kind of rough getting these in and out. Let go. Playing a drinking game every time I mention articulated trailers. I don't mention them that much. And I'm sure it's just coffee. There's a bale trailer that's not articulated. I think it takes pallets. Well, I mean, any trailer, because I'm loading everything on manually, so as long as it will take it. I'm not using autoloaders on this series. Unless you guys start getting tired of watching me load pallets over and over and over again. Hopefully I'm doing this recipe correct. I think it's 2-2-1. Why can't I see the mixture? Is it because I don't have... Oh, you know what? I don't need to be in that trailer. I think I just need to be in this one. Helper menu. There we go. Didn't have the helper menu up. But yeah, that's some good TMR right there. So it was 2-2-1. And we'll top off the cows. They're not going to take much more, but... Make sure they're topped off. And just shove you in the protection of the shed. Close enough. How much milk do you guys have? Is it worth bringing over 6,000 liters? And cheese will be good next month for price. Let's turn the beacons off. There's no one here but me. Alright, so, yes, lime spreading. There's a field over here. Does this need lime? It's still pretty good. Look out, Sam. So yeah, once we get done with the month of September, we will have a look at the DLC that comes out next month. The Vredo? I think it's Vredo, right? Vredo. I think they're calling it the Vredo pack. Branding, how much have you watched the No Man's Land Series 19? Did I mention weeders a lot in FS19 on No Man's Land? Must have. So I think I'm just going to spread lime on the 2 grass fields. I think it does it for me in September. Grass has grown quite a bit, so it'd be kind of hard to see where the lime is not. Though if I turn on the mini map, that would probably give me a better indication. For like the first 19 episodes. I mean, what do you expect? I'm a farmer all alone on myself on a map. So, to keep yourself sane, you gotta talk to yourself. So that's why I talked about weeding a lot. So we are up to 131,000 in the bank account, which is nice to see. And right now we're, I guess, working our way to buying one of the production buildings. And I'll make up my mind once we get up that high if it's going to be the dairy production on the map or the oil mill. Hello, Smokin' Joe. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday so far. Thanks for stopping on in. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. All right, our grass fields seem to be in pretty good shape with lime now. At least I put lime over them. Do I have, yeah, make sure automatic application rate's on, which it is. All right, Sam, stay out of the way just for a second. And I guess since I'm putting that away, we will grab the trailer, header trailer. That straw on that trailer will be sold, but it will be sold next month. Actually, no, probably not until November, sorry. And just park this right there. All right, let's have a look at the DLC that comes out. I think it's March 24th. Let me get this where I can see it better. There we go. So the Vredo pack, overseeding and wild boar coming soon. We teamed up with another new partner, Vredo, the renowned specialist in overseeding and slurry injection, is joining the series alongside the return of Evers Agro with the upcoming release of the Vredo pack on March 24th. It is included in the Season 2 pass. So if you have the Season 2 pass, you'll get it when it gets released on the 24th of March. You'll get 12 state-of-the-art machines. We'll have a look at that in just a second. And the option to overseed your grassland. So it's overseeding, it just says grassland. So I don't think it's all crops. I think it's that you can just get a higher yield on grass, I think. But that's not all. You also have to watch out for wild boars roaming your land, threatening your crops, and keeping you on your toes. Overseeding to restore the yield. With the traditional Dutch manufacturer Vredo, you can actively fight the degradation of your grassland. So yeah, I think it's just for grass only. They just keep mentioning grass over and over. High-tech machines like the Vredo Agri Twin 580, 290, and the Agri Air 290, all part of the brand new DZ5 seeder generation, let you oversee grassland and restore it to its original yield potential. So does that mean if you have the DLC and you keep grass the way it is, the yield's going to get less and less if you don't reseed it? Inject slurry to increase the yield. Overseeding is the only star of Vredo's slurry injectors. Don't just restore, they boost yield and crop quality by improving how nutrients get into the soil. Machines like the Vredo VT7138, a high-capacity 3-axle self-propelled slurry tanker, injects from the Vredo Profi series, and the mounted Evers Agro Torque 48672 helps you increase efficiency and keeps your fields well supplied. So yes, I think it's just on grass fields, not all fields. So that's why I don't have that much interest into it, but we'll probably give it a go. Distract boars to protect your yield. On top of the new machinery and yield improvements techniques, the pack also includes new wildlife. So you're not going to get the wild boars unless you have this DLC. So if that interests you as well, you will need the DLC to get the boars. And this means a new threat you'll need to manage. Alongside existing natural events like twisters and hail, wild boars can now cause crop damage unless you distract them, which reduces the impact on your yield. Maybe putting up feeders. So I know down south here in the States for wild boar hunting, they put out like corn feeders to, well, obviously they attract the boars, but yeah, for hunting purposes. But I'm pretty sure we're not going to be allowed to hunt them here because that would get rid of the rating E for everyone, right? So you can pre-order now. It, like I said, it is part of the Season 2 pass. Like I said, this comes out on March 24th. Again, if you play on PC or Mac and you're thinking about getting the Season 2 pass or just this DLC alone, and you're going to buy it through Giants and you want to help out the channel, don't forget to use my promo code Peanut, by the way. Pretty simple. But yeah, only if you want to. Only if you want to. Let's have a look at what actually comes in the pack. If we go to DLC, so it is $7.19 US dollars, by the way, currently. The Season 2 pass is $34.99 US dollars. So if we go into here, it releases March 24th. It is part, like I said, of the Season 2 pass. And yeah, right, if you pre-order it, it is 10% off. And again, if you do order it through Giants and you play on PC or Mac and you want to help out the channel, use my promo code Peanut just to give help out the channel. I don't think you get a discount or anything like that, but just lets them know you're coming from my channel, which helps me out maybe get early access to some stuff. So what you get here is there are 3 seeders. So this one here requires 90 horsepower, working with this 2.8 meters and holds 290 liters of seed. This requires 100 horsepower. That is also 2.8 meters, and that holds 1,000 liters of seed. So again, like I said, these machineries are not that wide. So for big farmlands, I'm not sure it's something. It would take a while. I'm not saying you can't do it. Just take a while. This is a 5.7 meter wide, requires 150 horsepower, and that also holds 1,000 liters. So you got yourself a slurry tanker, 450 horsepower, 40 kilometers an hour, top speed 19,500 liters. This holds 22,000 liters, 550 horsepower. This slurry tanker holds 32,000, 40 miles an hour, 710 horsepower. Here you got slurry tools. This is a 6 meter wide. I'm pretty sure this is a 7.5. This is going to be a 9 meter wide. I'm sure this is going to be a 12 meter wide. Let me guess. 18 meter wide. Oh, I'm getting good. This one here, I'm not too sure. It says 48,672. Is it 48 meters? No, it's only 6.7. That's a weird model number then. So that's a 6.7 meter wide, requiring 180 horsepower for dropping down your slurry. So is that all 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the 12 implements they were talking about you get in the DLC. The Vredo pack, which comes out on the 24th of March. Again, comes in the Season 2 pass. So if you already got the Season 2 pass, you'll get it free when it comes out. If you want to buy it separate, pre-ordering it is $7.19 US dollars. Looks like it'll be $7.99 after release. And again, it comes out March 24th. And again, as far as we can see here, I think it's only for the grass fields. And again, unless you distract them, which reduces the impact on your yield. I don't know if it's going to... Are they just going to attack grass fields? Or are they going to attack all fields? I mean, wild boar, I'm thinking they're going to be attacking all fields like corn, grain. But, yeah, because this right here, if you look at the picture, you can actually see this is not a grass field. This is like a wheat or a barley field that they're in. So they're going to attack all fields. So I'm guessing we will be able to buy in like miscellaneous, like a corn feeder or something like that. So you may have to harvest corn, put down a corn feeder, and then you have to deliver corn to it. I'm just guessing. I have no idea. This is all the information that I know they released today. And this is all the information I knew about yesterday when I was reading about it. So yeah, there should be a link in the description below to get you to the Year 2 pass. I don't think I put the link in the description below just to get you to here. But if you click on the Year 2 pass and then you go to the website, or just go to the website, like I said, if you want to help out the channel and you are going to buy it through Giants, use my promo code. I'd be appreciative of it. But if you don't want to, that's fine as well. If you want to buy it through Steam or Epic Games or wherever you may buy it, I'm just here to provide the information as much as I can. So, yeah, the Vredo pack. This got news got released today. Again, March 24th it comes out. All right, let's get back to the farming, shall we? I think my worker is done in the grass field. So that's why, you know, I said I'm somewhat interested, but not too interested in the equipment, because it just improves the yield on the grass field. And like I said, if you're playing on a big map and you got a huge grass field, and you got to reseed after every harvest, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but I'm pretty sure someone like Farmer Cop will do something on it when it comes out. He'll get a spreadsheet out, let us know how often you got to do that kind of stuff. Contracts. $10,468 for that grass field. Thank you very much. And I'm not going to do any more contracts in September because I don't have any more farm work to do ourselves. So, I mean, if you want to wait and see about the DLC, hopefully I'll get early access to it like I did on the Highland Fishing expansion map. If I get early access to it, you'll be able to see it before it gets released, and you can kind of decide then if it's something you want. But as you just saw what the machinery does, you pretty much probably know already if you want it or not. But the wild boars, I'm just kind of interested about the wild boars in the DLC. That's pretty much it. Yeah, we'll have to see how... Again, I don't know how much it increases the yield of the grass. It's very... They don't say in the blog like it increases yield 10%, 20%, 5%. And if you don't do it, does the yield in the grass field decrease year or harvest after harvest? And again, that's only going to take effect if you have the DLC. If you don't buy the DLC, I think the grass fields are going to remain as they are. So, but I'm pretty sure when the DLC gets close to release, we might get more information in the blogs on how to take care of the wild boars, and maybe some percentages on the grass yield, how much it increases it, and how often you got to reseed the grass field. Well, I think we're going to leave the mower right on the Mercedes, because that's the first job we'll be doing in October. Makes you cry when Giants calls tornadoes hurricanes. Well, I don't know. It's kind of like on the Western Hemisphere, we call hurricanes hurricanes, but like over in Asia, they call them typhoons. So in the States, I know we call them tornadoes. I don't know if they call them... Well, we got a lot of EU people here. Are they called tornadoes over there, really? Or is it they have a different term for them? So maybe over there they are just called... Maybe they're called hurricanes over there. I don't know. I thought they were just called tornadoes everywhere, but that would be just the American to me being ignorant, not not educating myself on that kind of stuff. I need to check on the eggs. We got enough room for... Yeah, we got plenty of room for eggs, so we're good there. We fed the cows, so they're good for 3.4 months. The chickens are good for another 3.4 months. Really? 3.4 months? 3.4 months. Okay. Did I check your sale page? Well, there's a Macdon. But we're not doing a Macdon here. Yes. I think we're all set to fast forward to the day. I don't think I need to sell anything else. So, let's skip to the end of the day. Check the sale page. Well, there is a white tractor, or the AGCO white tractor. Don't want that. That is a direct, not a direct drill, sorry. That's a planter, but it's not a direct drill planter. Yeah, planter is something I don't know if we're going to need on here for a while. Sleep until next month. Still playing Park Ranger. I think you mean Park Ranger Simulator. I was just talking about that about 20 minutes ago, and no, that's on hold. I went to record an episode last night for tomorrow, and when I logged in, my truck was not there. And asking about the truck, a lot of people are having the truck disappear. So the only way to get around the map now is just running around the map. And I'm not going to run around the map to do jobs there. Not going to happen. And there's a lot of other problems people are complaining about. And from all the problems I saw people were having, I would recommend staying away from that game until a lot of the issues get fixed. What is the mod that tells you how long the food lasts for your animals? Not remembering the name of it. Does it say anything about the mod there? Don't remember what the name of the mod is. It came out about a month and a half ago or so. It's not... Is it Food Calculator? No, I think Food Calculator mod tells you how much food the animals need per year. Is it Food Calculator? Is that what's got added to it? Thank you, Branding, if that is correct. But yeah, it tells you, how long, which is good. I like just going there going, all right, they got 8,000 liters of food. How long is that going to last? Just look at there and it tells you. This should be in swath dropping still. And this field here, we're making silage. So this field here, swath it, bale it, wrap it. Other two grass field is mow it, ted it, windrow it, bale it. Also, we are in October, which means I gotta plant the spelt. So we'll do the mowing, maybe ted the grass, and then we will plant the spelt before we get back to more grass work. So yeah, I'm still looking at the first DLC for the Season 2 pass. And the hint they gave us was seeds that follow. Which, I guess because you got to replant the grass in the grass field. Maybe to keep the yield up. I'm not too sure. When I first saw that, I was thinking seeds that follow. Ooh, crop rotation will be part of the game. That's what I got for thinking. I have no idea what the second DLC is going to be, which is it Shades of Steel? Is that what the hint is? Shades of Steel or something like that? I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. And again, for those wondering, because yesterday I was talking about it, I do have access to the game Rescue Ops Wildfire, but I did not get a chance to even try it out. I got it downloaded. That's about it. I was kind of talking about maybe today do, you know, some Farm Sim 25, which we are doing because I wanted to talk about the DLC. And then maybe later on I'll try maybe streaming Rescue Ops, but I definitely want to give the game a go a little bit off camera to see if it's really worth, you know, is it worth a stream or is it just worth recorded? And at this point, since I'm not doing Park Ranger Simulator now tomorrow, along with Shamburgo, I may just make an episode of Rescue Ops first, see how it goes, and if it goes well, then maybe I'll stream it at another time. So yeah, I'm sure when the Vredo pack does come out in a month, I will be trying out the cedar to replant, because we got 3 grass fields here. Of course, I'll have to give it a go to showcase it and show it off a little bit. And of course, we'll have the wild boars as well. So on this grass cut, like I just mentioned, we're going to keep all the silage. And also the other 2 grass fields, got to make that into hay. Got to keep all the hay. And that should do us well for a couple of years, I think, with the cows. Although we don't have a full cow barn yet. Unless they did they give birth? I don't know when they're giving birth again. Not yet. Well, next month. Next month we should have 20 cows. I think this cow barn holds 84. Well, I mean, if you already own Park Ranger Simulator, then yeah, I mean, it ain't gonna hurt to download and play it. If you haven't bought it yet, like I said, I would pump the brakes on that one. I mean, hopefully they'll have an update on it, but well, there was a few problems I was seeing, but it wasn't stopping me from playing the game. But after my truck disappeared, and then reading the discussion forum, there are many more game-breaking issues in that game. But I mean, you know, if you still want to buy it, like I said, everyone's value to a game is different, so... And there is another Park Ranger game coming out soon. I think early March is the other one. I think they just had the demo come out not long ago. In Park Ranger Simulator, no, there's nowhere to sleep. The time cycle, what you saw me do in episode 2, there haven't been any updates. since I did episode 2 on Sunday. So yeah, no sleep cycles. The day-night cycle is still just as fast. Just hasn't been an update yet, but that game needs a big patch, not just a little one. Hello, Patrick. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Alright. So now I gotta get this into mowing. Okay, here we go again. It's not showing me the option of, I'm sure I'm changing it, but I don't know what I'm in mode for the Batwing mower. As I'm hooking it up, you can see on the helper mod pop up just for a second. It said stump grinder. What mode is it in now? I have no idea. Tap. Why is it doing that? Alright, let's get the, I think the Fent will show me what mode it's in. Yeah, it's in destroyer mode. Mower. So now we're not going to put it into a swap because I need to tet it. And for tetting, I think I'll use the John Deere 3650. I've kind of relegated that tractor now to just pallet moving and bale moving, but I think we could just take the weight off and do some tetting with it. So, also in yesterday's episode of Shamburgo, when I asked about people if I should continue the Shamburgo series until the end of the year or go further, right now it's looking like people want to see that series continue for a while longer. I mean, I've been on Shamburgo for over 6 months. We're like 65 episodes in or so. But the people are speaking out, so it looks like I'll be staying on Shamburgo for the foreseeable future. So since we put down the manure last time, I may have enough fertilizer in the field to be maxed out, so we may not have to fertilize the grass fields. Now let's not get too close to the poles. When I ted this grass, it's going to go flying everywhere. What do I prefer, olive grove or trees? Well, honestly, I'd rather lick the floor of a questionable motel room. But if I had to choose between olive grove or trees, olive grove? The trees just don't yield that well. I mean, if you saw the Shamburgo episode where I did the olive grove, I don't know how many trees are there, like 50 trees or so. And I got 5,000 liters of olives. I think the groves do a lot better for yield and financially making more money out of them. Hello, Carlton. Welcome. Hope you're having a fine Tuesday. I mean, I'm doing the trees on Shamburgo just because it's different. You know, mix up the gameplay a little bit. As many of you have, just like I have, played a lot of hours in Farm Sim 25. You got to keep interesting, and interesting means sometimes just doing something different. It may not be financially profitable to do so, but I mean, there's many ways to make money in Farm Sim. I mean, like the map New Hope I was on not long ago, I was building houses, constructible houses. Definitely not worth doing that financially, but I did it just because it was something different, something fun. Leave this here. All right, 3650. Oh, jumped right to it. Let me drop off the weight. Cows look like they might need some straw. They didn't run out, did they? That'd be embarrassing. No, they still got straw. So we'll put some straw in there for them. Is this map on consoles? Yes, it is. Pichonniere Valley by Black Sheep Modding and FS25 is available on all platforms. You can find it on the mod hub under European maps. And it came out about 2 months ago? Well, at least had an update about 2 months ago. Do I own the field beside? Why do people keep asking me? No. That field over there, we don't own. If you ever, here's a good hint for you. If you ever see a field with tram lines in it, it's probably not mine, unless I just barely bought the field and I'm waiting for harvest to come before I can get rid of the tram lines. But that field over there isn't mine. The one on the other side of those barns we own, and we're going to be planting Spelt in that very soon, once we get done with the tending of the grass. We need the hay because I got one bale left. I probably actually have enough TMR and enough hay before I made this to get us until next year, but yeah, I like to have an inventory. So yeah, just about a half hour ago, we went over the announcement that Giants made today about the DLC, the Vredo pack, along with the wild boars. And in reading it, it does sound like the yield increase will just be for grass fields only. At least that's what it kind of says in the blog post, but again, mostly the only thing I have interest in is the wild boars. Just curious how that's going to work out. But again, we'll be using that DLC when it comes out, or hopefully, fingers crossed, I get early access to it, so I can show it off to you before it comes out. Then you can make up your mind if it's something that you want to deal with, because we'll definitely have a look at how the grass yield improves or decreases with the pack. But I am curious how it's going to work, because we do got precision farming turned on along with crop rotation. So, yeah, I don't know how that's going to all function together. I would assume that the Vredo pack would work with precision farming, because precision farming is it considered a DLC or a mod from Giants? But either way, I would assume it would be compatible with precision farming, but what do I know? Appreciate everyone being here on a Tuesday. Watch me do some farming on Pichonniere Valley. Map made by Black Sheep Modding, and yes, it's available in all consoles, all platforms, I should say. We are not at the starting farm. We made our own farm, or are making our own farm. We do have some rules set here for us to obey by. So, on Pichonniere Valley, starting here, we started with no money, no land, zero equipment. We're not able to borrow or lease anything. We can do contracts, but it's got to be with our own equipment. No tractors over 200 horsepower. No harvesters over 250 horsepower. Not allowed to use super strength unless some unique thing comes along. But I don't think I've yet to use it here in about 80 hours of gameplay. Uh, no autoloaders, like universal autoloader. So nothing like that. Try to keep it as realistic within reason as possible. And if you are wondering, well, how do you start with no money, no land, no equipment? Oh yeah, and we couldn't take out loans either. How do you start with not being able to take out loans, have no money, no equipment, no land, and you can't do contracts unless it's your own equipment? How do you make money? Well, I set up to where there were logs in the woods, and of course they had to be very small logs. So we went and hand-picked up a couple of logs, carried them to the sawmill, and sold the logs until we had $150 in our pocket, which allowed us to buy a fishing pole. The fishing pole then, of course, we caught some fish, we released some fish. I kind of forgot the prices of fish now. Was it, we only sold the fish that were worth over 400? Yeah, $400 fish we could sell. If the fish were $100 or $200, we released them. And what I did not know is after you release so many fish, you got a bonus. But eventually we got ourselves, after fishing, got ourselves enough money to buy a John Deere 710 for like $7,000. And then eventually we bought ourselves a $3,000 cultivator. Got that 710 for the pole. So then we started doing contracts for cultivating. And then one thing led to another, and now here we are in year number 7 with everything that we have. And now we got hay. So, of course, now I'll need to windrow it. But before we windrow it, we're going to kind of just let the grass sit here and kind of dry in the sun. Although it's cloudy out, so it's just going to dry. I mean, it already is hay, but we're going to let it role play a little bit, let it dry. And we're going to grab the Fent 920, and we're going to go plant some Spelt. Yeah, our farm, last time we checked, is worth over $1.5 million, so yes, we have come quite a ways. Yeah, so I do need another garage, and I want to put it on the back side of that garage, I think, or that shed. So we want the 920. Watch out for the chickens. Switch this to Spelt. There we go. I'll top off with seed and fertilizer, but I don't think I'm going to need much fertilizer because we did spread the manure down. And make sure I'm putting this in the right field. Spelt, I think it's going to be field number 36. 36. Yeah, I do like the water in the trench. Did that yesterday. Did a little bit of cosmetics here and there. So you can see, yeah, we don't need that much artificial fertilizer because the manure did a pretty good job getting the field covered. precision farming is a mod, not a DLC. Yeah, I guess it would be classified as a mod because it was free. Well, I mean, some DLCs are free. I thought they were making it a DLC because isn't it on consoles mods take up slots? So they were looking at converting it from a mod to a DLC? I don't know how that whole console thing works with slots. I kind of forgot how that works. What is Spelt? Good question. But looking at the crop symbol, it kind of looks like a mixture between barley and oats, maybe? Is it a breed between barley and oats? Low on fuel. Nah, you haven't been here enough. I don't consider myself low on fuel until that changes to the dark orange color. If you're asking Panther, is it food? Meaning feed for the chickens? I'm not sure if chickens will take Spelt. They didn't take the rye, but they did take the triticale. But if Spelt is a breed of barley and oats, which I'm not sure if it is or is, I'm just speculating here, then I'm going to say they won't take it because chickens don't take oats, but they will take barley. But since it's a breed, again, I'm just spitballing here, of barley and oats, and they probably won't take Spelt. I'm just planting it because this is going to yield very well with a crop rotation that we currently have. So we'll harvest it, store it, and sell it, like I will with a rye that we harvested this past year. We're going to sell that in December. Okay, so branding's saying it's a cousin of wheat. Well, if it's a cousin of wheat, then I would think maybe the chickens would take it. Again, this is a modded crop for the map. Did I check the sale page this month? Ooh, a cotton harvester. A little bit over the horsepower limit that I'm allowed in this map for harvesters. But no, I'm not doing cotton. Because I would like to replace his drill, although there's nothing really wrong with this drill. And we only got 3 fields that I'm currently planting in. This with the Toronto 6-meter wide drill. Just a reminder, if you are new here and you like what you're seeing, might want to think about hitting that subscribe button. And also, if you haven't and you're liking what you're seeing, that little thumbs up button's there. Thumbs down button's there as well. I don't say you can't hit the thumbs down button if you don't want to. It's there for a reason. Just start hitting a whole bunch of buttons down there and see what happens. So I would think if you if the wild boars are going to be treated like tornadoes and hail damage, if you do get the DLC, I assume if you turn on, what's it called? Environmental, what's that setting? Environmental damage. You should be able to turn that on and off. Disaster destruction. So I'm sure if you had that disabled, you could have the wild boars and they won't damage your crop. Is there more than one setting? You can do visuals only. So I guess so when you got visuals only, that means like you would see hail, tornadoes, and wild boars, but they won't do any damage. If you got disabled, you won't see tornadoes, hail, or boars at all. Probably. I do think Giants turned down the probability of hail and tornadoes because for like the past month and a half, 2 months, it seems like we don't get that much as we used to. I'm a good man, already subscribed. Well, I appreciate it, but stay here long enough, I'm sure I'll tick you off one way or another. So the reason why we're planting Spelt, so crop rotation yield is 120%, and if we add that to the expected yield of precision farming, that's 123%. I'm not sure if anyone's done any testing to see if these mods work in unison. But I like rotating my crops anyways, and I like precision farming, even though sometimes precision farming will not register the nitrogen, although recently it has, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, so I'm just going to keep using both crop rotation and precision farming. Whether it works, fine. If it doesn't, it's not hurting anything, I don't think. But I like having to manage your fields and deciding what crops go where, and it's like, oh, okay, I can't plant that crop in that field anymore. We got to switch. I think the wild boars would be fun if the way to distract them is to put wild boar traps down and put a feed in them in the board to get the boards off your field. Well, as I mentioned, I think it's going to be, I'm just guessing, but I know in the States when they hunt them. Again, we're not going to be doing hunting in Farming Simulator 25, or they're not going to do traps either. Well, depending on what you mean by traps. But I think it's going to be like a corn feeder. So you may have to, you know, get some corn in your inventory, in your silo, and top off the feeders, and that'll keep the boars away from your fields. I mean, because not only do the boars eat the crop, they're going to trample the crop as well. Casino tests, the mods do work as they should together. Well, that's good to know. Thank you, FS Farmer, for the info. I remember in FS22, though, you could see the combined yield together. I remember in FS22, I got some fields up to almost 150% yield. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. So it looks like we got a lot of weeds that grew since harvest time, but next month when they regrow, we're going to have very little weeds in here. And I think it has something to do with all the rollers that are on this drill. I think they're destroying the weeds. Welcome, Thomas. A good Tuesday to you as well. I don't see any cheese outside of our dairy production. Am I not just in range of it? Or did it not make any? Because I'm sure I left that dairy production turned on. I'll have to check on that. Thinking of drop traps like they have in real life for wild boars. I hope it's not going to be something like the fish production where we got to make fish food, where we're going to have to make wild boar food. Because the one thing about tornadoes and hailstorms, those are kind of weather phenomenons that happen. So those are kind of just like random things. But the wild boars are always going to be there year round. So it'll be interesting to see what, you know, how they're going to approach this. I do find it kind of interesting. Why put the wild boars in with the Vredo pack? Is there some kind of correlation there between the two? Alright, so we are done planting until next spring. Can sell the meat at the butchers. Well, there's no butchers in Farming Simulator 25. I mean, you can get a butcher shop as a mod, but that, you know, maybe the mod will put something in for them, but I think the mod only does it for farm animals. I do not think they will... Oh, see, now I'm blowing fuel. Now it's blinking at me. We'll top off. Yeah, Giants will never do anything about that kind of thing with animals because they'll get rid of their rating for the game. And they want to keep it E for everyone. Because for those who don't know, if the game rating changes, it limits on how they can advertise and where they can advertise the game. So obviously they're trying to reach more of an audience, so that keeping E for everyone, you can pretty much advertise it anywhere. Nope, don't have automatic drop turned on. There we go. Nice job on the windrow. Well, that was the mower that did that. The Batwing mower does the windrowing for you. We'll see how I do on windrowing here in a minute when I go do the hay fields. Sam has found his way over here. I kind of feel like maybe about a month or two ago, I don't know if Giants changed anything with the farm dogs, but it does seem like Sam follows me around a little bit more. It used to be Sam was like, where's Sam? I don't know, Sam is somewhere. And I had to go looking for him, but it does seem like I go around the map. And of course, I don't know how far Sam can go anymore, but it does seem like he follows us around quite a bit. think it'd be kind of cool for the tractors that allow a passenger. If you could set an option to where you could have your dog ride along with you. So again, this the grass cut for this October, all these bales, silage and hay bales, we are keeping for the cows. But then we'll have a good enough inventory to where I think all 3 cuts next year, I could probably just make silage bales and sell them. Right where I gotta go, Sam. Yeah, the game Hunter Call of the Wild, but I lost interest in because I don't believe in sport hunting. The only hunting was for putting food on the table. Well, I'm the same way, branding, but in looking at that game, how else can he get you to progress and go out hunting? I mean, I suppose if it came to every kill you got gave you a certain amount of meat, and you could sell the meat in the market for money, which allowed you to buy more equipment to go hunting with, or travel expenses for the hunting trips. But you gotta remember, it's just a game after all, so in order to keep it interesting to hunt and hunt and hunt and to get better trophies, I got the game as well, but I haven't played it in ages. I think with wild boars, it's just going to be put a food feeder out there, and that'll keep them away from your crops. It's probably going to be something in that nature, or put some kind of scarecrow in your field Wasn't that wasn't it Farmer's Dynasty that did that? If you put a scarecrow in your field and increase the yield because it kept the birds away. Time will tell. Like I said, we'll probably see more. We'll see some blogs come out in the next week or two before the DLC comes out, and it'll probably explain a little bit more about the wild boars and also give. Do they still do like fact sheet Fridays on DLCs? Because I stopped looking at that stuff really. But I guess still set your dog onto them. One dog against wild boars, I wouldn't want to do that. Oh, we're out of bale wrap. So someone mentioned yesterday they want us to see us go black. So we're going to go black. But I've been told once you go black, you never go back. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Alright, there's our marshmallows. And now they're just going to be char-broiled marshmallows. But we're not going to be making silage bales over here. We're going to be making hay bales. Alright, turn that off here. Get back at the John Deere 3650. And we will windrow up the hay. Oh yeah, so do I got... Oh no, okay, there is cheese out here. Was it just not rendering in? Maybe. How much milk do we got over here? 6,000 liters of milk. I mean, I'll admit, when I used to do marshmallows over a fire, I just put the marshmallow right in the fire, let it catch fire, and then burn the outside to a nice char broil. Blow it on out, and then, well, let it cool down first, and then munch on it. Well, when I say munch on it, stick the whole thing in your mouth and go for it. KFS Farmer, thanks for stopping on in. Enjoy the rest of your day, and if you are streaming later, maybe if I can remember, I'll send some folks your way if I don't get too busy or get caught up in something. But thanks for stopping in, and enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. So we should get about 6 to 7 hay bales. Oh no, I think it's less. Because I think hay bales are more liters than a grass bale. Apparently that shrub, can't get around that one. You and your wife have your marshmallows down to a science, always nice golden brown. Now I want to hear the outside of my marshmallow crunch a bit when I chew on it. Same thing when I use my grill. If I'm grilling hot dogs, sausages, something like that, the outside of those better be not fully charcoal on the outside, but have a good crunch to it. But man, it's been a while since I had marshmallows. Actually, I take that back. I do make fluffernutters now and then. Alright, one little pass here. Then we get on to the other grass field and we'll bale these up. And there might be a little bit of grass on this side of the road, so let's get that windrowed. Oh, come on, you can get around that pole. There you go. The only thing raw marshmallows are good for is feeding the Lorax and his friends. Oh, I gotta remember to give a bale of straw to the moo cows so they keep on producing that manure. Come on, get around that bush. Nice to be able to use the 3650 again. I haven't used it really that much recently. Nice with hot chocolate. Definitely hot chocolate and marshmallows. If you're having a hot chocolate and there's no marshmallows involved, what the hell are you doing? If you're having a hot chocolate plain, go see a therapist. Psychologist, something. Alright, we got some windrows of hay. Let's get that baled up. And we'll leave this right on here because we're going to be looking at some sheds here. I'm trying to use the sheds from the Pichonniere Valley pack. But we'll see if what we can put behind that shed for... I'm actually thinking about a drive-through shed. So we can put our articulated trailers and such in there. Switch over to hay. Yes, it did. She likes her hot chocolate plain. I mean, to each their own. I mean, hot chocolate is not bad plain, but I would say most would say definitely got to have marshmallows with it. It's funny how this whole conversation started just because I was making silage bales. Hello, Mr. Clemenza. Hope you're having a tremendous Tuesday. Mini marshmallows make great for trout fishing. Catfish as well. Catfish like marshmallows. But I would prefer my mini marshmallows in a hot chocolate rather than using them to fish for trout or catfish. I'm not much. Maybe because I don't cook fish that well. Doing great. A blizzard that hit somewhere other than where I live. Yep. Missed me completely too. I think I saw a snowflake. That was about it. Whoops. Too busy reading chat, not watching about my baler. And who knows, if the weather gets just about right, it's going to be in the upper 40s on Friday where I live. I might go outside in shorts and a t-shirt. Open up some windows in the house, let some fresh air in. Mow the lawn. Okay, maybe not mow the lawn. You'll feel that way. Can't even see my lawn. It's buried under, I think about 18 inches of snow is what I still got out there. Somewhere around 18. Alright, can we push this bale out of the way with the tire? Yes, we can. Come on, 18,000 liters. Am I not going to get 18,000 on that swath? No, I'm not. Okay. Well, 1,640 liters left in the baler. I think I'll keep that in there. I don't want to unload it as a bale because I'll get confused thinking it's a full-size one and I'll throw my mixture off in my TMR mixer. Now let's start putting some stuff away I know I'm not going to be using for the rest of the year. Baler is one of them. Mower probably is another one. Give the mower a rinse. And maybe the 920 a rinse as well. Let me get back in the John Deere because I got to give the cows a straw bale before I forget. Wait, where did I... Oh, ran right past it. I knew it was there. Oh, I missed that right there. All right. The cows. How much straw are they down to? All right, I can grab 2 bales. Don't know how I got these bales in here, honestly. Alright, I only got 1 bale. I'll have to come back down and get the second one. You miss a day wow, words. You miss a days of bales being launched, huh? Yeah, we had a couple on Riverbend Springs that went a good distance. I think we launched one across the river. Darn it. And voila. They're not going to take that full bale, but there's probably only like 3,000 liters left in it, so I'm just going to leave it there. Door. Thank you. Alright, so let's see. Actually, you know what? Since I don't got nothing in the back of this, let's grab the tanker. And we'll just get the milk in the dairy production. Not buffalo milk, but cow's milk, thank you. Alright, let's move this trailer here and get prepared, I think. Because I'm not sure what I want to put down for a shed. Again, I'm just trying to use the sheds in the Pichonniere Valley pack so they fit the area that we're farming in. Let's see what we got here. Stara. Wait, that's not the... That's the sprayer I want, I believe. Because it's 200 horsepower. But I'm not getting much weeds. Yeah, so this is the one that seeds, which I don't know how it seeds. I haven't quite figured out how that works. Herbicide distributor, seed distributor. I don't know how a seed distributor works. But I plan at some point to have this on the farm just to give it a go. So I'm not too sure. But yeah, I could afford it, but it's something we're not getting many weeds. And we only got 3 fields really that can get weeds. So that's not really what we're looking for. Oh, I was going in the store to go to construction. So yeah, we're looking at sheds. So we're going to scroll down to the bottom because that's where most of the Pichonniere Valley mods are going to be. Pichonniere building, we already got that one. We got that one built. That shed's not deep enough. That's the bale shed. That's a brick shed. And then that shed there. That's from a shed pack. PGR. Brick. PGR. A lot of sheds from the PGR pack. That's a good shed to have. We've had that shed before. It's a pretty good shed. And then the Highland fishing sheds. These are getting to be a little bit more expensive. I mean, this is a good drive-through shed. This would actually fit the area kind of well. That'd be good for like our drive-through stuff. Like the articulated tractor there. This is the garage we got built here. I thought this shed would be big enough to get our other trailers in, but it's not. So maybe I just need another one of these sheds here. I kind of wanted to put it on the back side of this, but that's too big facing that way. So do I just want it like over here? Before I do that, I gotta see again how big this mayonnaise production is. Which is $100,000. I know it's that much. Is that it? There it is. Yeah, so I could fit that there. So as long as it doesn't come past the entryway. All right, let me go ahead and need to flatten this out. We'll take care of the smoothing out in a little bit. All the way back down here. There we go. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Back into construction. Let's go down to here. Let's do the smoothing tool. Make it blend in a little bit more. We'll leave that there, though. And then here. Gotta be careful here, though. And then over to here, and where's the cobblestone, as I call it? I do have the free landscaping tool mod on, so it doesn't cost me any money to do all this. I don't like that being part of the game. I get the reason why it is, but I'd rather it not be part of it. Painting, no, we want plants. And let's put in this grass back over here. Alongside this road. There we go. So this is going to be mostly for our hay equipment and whatever else we get. Manure spreader should be able to fit in there, I think. Still not a good place for articulated stuff, but maybe we will find a shed later on for it. Don't turn too quickly on me, please. Actually, this bay here might not be the right one for the windrower, but it'll fit. And I may have to park like the TMR mixer up here eventually, because that shed down there is supposed to be for the bales. But as long as I got room down there, I'll keep parking that there. Manure spreader. This may stick out further than what the shed is, but it'll work. Actually, no, it's basically undercover. Anything else that should go over there? Don't think so. I think for now we are pretty much covered. Yeah, so like a... do you want to get the shed now? I mean, I suppose I could. If it's not too much. That way I have a place for this to park, and maybe also the bale trailer. Back to sheds. Scroll all the way down here. Where was that shed? I mean, that's a real cheap shed for 5,000, but it's way too big. It is 12,000. See, how do I want to put this here? Alright, it's kind of like halfway down. Should have done this first, but yeah, need to level it out. Oh, I'm on smoothing. Back to sheds, about halfway down. All right. And then, yeah, let's smooth it out. That'll work. Cobblestone. Where is it? There it is. And this will make my life so much easier parking something like this in here. And I'm also hoping I can park the Bale trailer in here, which I think it's wide enough for two. Wow, the farmyard is really starting to look busier and busier. I don't have the mayonnaise production here, or I don't know if our house is going to go in here yet or not. Maybe in the future it will. I also think for now the John Deere is going to go back down to this shed. And we'll park this in here. Alright, so the cows got straw. Yes, they do. There's a deer in there. Why does their feed trough look empty? Why does your feed trough look empty? You're good for another 2.5 months. Okay, they should be fine. Chickens are good for another 2.5 months. Oh yeah, also next month we should be getting 20 more cows. I think this holds 83. I got 83 on the brain. 84. Well, I was close. Alright, so they're taken care of. The chickens are fine. The grass fields, are they going to need fertilizer? Not really. They're good for another cut, looks like. Oh yeah, so I probably should go around. That's what I was going to do with the John Deere. I need to pick up the hay bales. There's not many of them. And actually, I need to move. Let me drop the weight again. Although I don't think I need the weight for these bales. I need to move the TMR mixer. And since I got the TMR mixer, let's just go top off the cows, I guess. I say we park the TMR mixer in the new shed. That way I just got the room down there. I got the space up here to do it. Trying to get the weight back on here. So not a whole lot of hay bales here, but again, these hay bales are 18,000 liters apiece. Now let me spread these pallet forks as wide as they can go. And, well, I got odd number of bales in here, so that's kind of unfortunate, but it's the way it is. Leave that bale there for a second. That way if I get them in the shed, and if a tornado were to come through here, my bales are protected. Always protect your bales. As for the silage bales in the other field, I will use the trailer for picking those up and dropping them off in the shed. That field's a little bit further, and there are a lot more bales to pick up. I think that's all of the bales we have here. And this should be enough hay for the cows and the TMR mixer for all the way until next year, end of next year, I would think. Alright, now the bales are put away. Perfect. Cows are fed, they got straw, chickens are good, dairy production's doing what the dairy production does. I'm actually going to shut that door. So we got ourselves another new shed here, same as what we got on the other side. And now we got one where I can drive through, which is good for articulated trailers. I'm going to keep saying articulated so Kells can keep on having his shots. And yeah, we're going to be selling the eggs. Actually, what are the price of eggs right now? Egg prices are, they're almost there. Why do they keep going to this place? I hate that sell point. Hate it, hate it. The cheese is also a good thing to be selling right now. But maybe we'll sell them both in November. And the rye is what we're going to be selling as well. But we're waiting for January on that. How much rye do I have? That's going to be 2 trips. And everything else, winter wheat, triticale, sorghum, that gets fed to the chickens. The canola we're holding on to for when we get the oil mill, whenever that happens. All right, so I think we are all set for November. And actually, I think I'm going to park the Mercedes away just to make the yard look almost 100% clean. Although I'm probably going to be using it very shortly. All right, sale page again. Obviously, like I said, this is a sprayer I will want on the farm at some point. But, yeah, financially, not ideal to be buying that right now. Rye field. Yeah, we are all set. Let's go to late afternoon, or I should say early evening. I always check the sale page before I go to bed. Even though we just checked it. A small baler. Nope, okay. And November, we will wake up at 9. All right, sale page. And they added a tanker, which we don't need, and a vegetable harvester, which we don't need or can't use. So, eggs, $14.41. That is a great price. That's $40 over the previous year. So we're going to sell that. Cheese, $17.62. I mean, I could sell the cheese as well. I mean, the price isn't the best, but it's only like $2,500 under the max value I could have gotten for it. So I know where the sell point is. So let's go ahead and grab the eggs. So, yep, it's going to be you. Seems rather smooth driving through here after doing that landscaping. The smoothing tool did a nice job. I got it nice and even, no big dips anywhere. And I think I'm just going to leave this right there. It'll be fine, I guess. I don't want to pull up closer because then I got to back up with that thing. Then we need you. Again, eventually we want the eggs for making mayonnaise, but until then, just go ahead and sell them. Alright, I know I can pick up 4 at a time. I don't know if I can pick up 8 at a time. Oh, gotta narrow the pallet forks again. Let's see what happens here. Trying to pick up 8. Used to be a TV show called 8 is Enough. Ooh. I'm going to take it easy because, again, no super strength, so if these all fall over, I'm going to get them up with the pallet forks. I hope those are strapped on. That one pallet caught the back end. I hope those are strapped on. I mean, the strap is over them, but sometimes that's not 100% accurate. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, okay. Almost lost the top two there, but... then shove those on a little bit better. Alright, and now move this over to here. Are my lights on the tractor? Looks like they were. I didn't need to turn it off, but I did because habits. I could use a little bit of lights on the front of the John Deere. Okay, those are just too bright. The pallet forks are kind of blending into the ground here. Actually, that trailer is not parked in the best angle. Okay, I'm going to strap those in because I want to double stack it. Darn limbs. Get out of my way. Ooh, that was a little rough. Alright, got almost all these loaded up. And these here I'm not going to double stack, so don't have to worry about strapping those in as of yet. Well, loading of the eggs went well. go put this over here because I might sell the cheese. This weight does not have... No, it doesn't. I got a weight that doesn't have the option for a hitch up to a small trailer in the back. Alright, is it defoot, as I call it? Defoot, yes, 2 defoot. So it looks like those 3 pallets in the far back, they are technically strapped in. I don't see them wiggling around. Hopefully they don't fall off, because that means I'll have to bring the John Deere up here to get them. Also gotta be careful I don't tip over the trailer. Pardon me, coming through. So we tested it out. We know we can't drive through the archway that's there. That is actually a collidable, so definitely have to go in the back way or go over the stones that are out front. But I can go through these hedges that are here. Oop, oop. Don't you tip over. Do I want to try selling going this way this time? See what happens? At least by going this way, I won't have to turn around. Oh, I didn't get those back ones. Let me strap those in before they fall out. That might get it. Ah, got it. So we're back up to $163,000 in the bank account. Lovely. Thanks to the chickens. back to the farm. We'll go sell those straw bales that are on the trailer, and then we'll go pick up the bales that are fermenting the silage. Giant's doing the emergency packs. Don't see many fire engines or police cars on maps. I don't know if Giants is doing any packs in 25 for that. I really can't see Giants spending their assets on something like that when it's not. I mean, some can argue that fishing is not really farming. But as for fire trucks, ambulances, cop cars, police officers, I don't see them bringing that along. If they do bring it along, it's because they're getting paid to do so. But I can't see them wanting to do that on their own. Doesn't really make much sense. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 5 after all. Alright, so how much weeds did we get in our Spelt field? Do I need to really go over there and do it? It always seems to be we didn't get that much weeds. Again, the only place I'm getting weeds is in this corner of the field here, and it's very little. The rest of the field has no weeds in it whatsoever. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Oh, where does the straw go? That's a good question. The animal dealer. Alright, so it's a bit of a drive. So again, if you're just tuning in and you kind of missed the announcement this morning, or for me it was in the morning, but the announcement today, Giants did announce the first DLC for the Year 2 Pass, which is the crud. I sound like Elmer the Fudd right now. Vredo, the Vredo pack. I'm going to see down there right now. Mostly it's for increasing the yield on your grass fields by overseeding it and slurry tankers, and also the introduction of wild boars. And the wild boars will do crop destruction if you got the environmental disaster damage turned on. That is the first DLC coming out on March 24th. If you got the Season 2 Pass, it's part of it, so you get it for free when it gets released, or if you want to buy it separate, you can do. Pre-buy is like $7.10 US dollars. I think the Season 2 Pass was $34.99 US dollars. Should be a link in the description below that'll bring it to the Season 2 Pass, and it should show you at this point now the DLC as well. And of course you also get the JCB Fast Track tractor that does 200 kilometers an hour and doesn't really have any use on the farm, in my opinion. we are on the way up to the animal dealer to sell the straw bales. And I think that will wrap up November for us after we pick up the silage bales. I don't really have to pick them up, but we'll pick them up and put them into the shed. So these are 20,000 liter bales a piece, so it's going to be a decent amount of money, but not a whole lot. So yeah, just a little over 11,000 for those. All right, Carlton, thanks for stopping on in today. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Also, should just double check to make sure that the other field, we just soil sampled the two smaller grass fields, but maybe the larger grass field might need soil sampling. Then we'll see if I can fit this trailer beside the articulated one in that shed. How many episodes of Shamburgo left? Well, I guess plenty more. Because everyone that did leave a comment, if they want to see more or finish it up, everyone said they want to see more. So, probably like 2-3 years more, probably, I guess. Because at this point, I'm making a lot of money on the farm, so I don't really have much more to spend it on. But I'm pretty sure we can find ways to put that money to use. I do got a little bit of a loan left, but from where I left it on Monday, I got more than enough to pay off the loan if I wanted to. That's all the bales. Build an exercise bike. That's probably the... If I were to get an exercise bike, the most exercise I would get would be building the exercise bike. But that's just me. Alright, so we'll let the bales push themselves into the shed here. I will back up as far as I can, though, to make sure they do get all the way to the back wall. How far in can I go? Yeah, they kind of went off at an angle, but that's kind of the way I backed in, so a little bit my fault there. Alright, so can this... I don't think I can really squeeze in there, but I can... For now. Because I kind of, where I put that shed, I just realized, would be in the way of where I used to park this. So I'll have to get it really close here. That's good enough. I do want to grab the milk that the cows have produced overnight and get that into the dairy, because December is a good month to sell cheese, December/January. Did not get to the brakes in time on that. It's not a lot, but no sense of leaving it there when we can convert it over to cheese. That's about 4 pallets worth of cheese. Alright, so let me just double check on the animals, make sure they're all set feed-wise. They're good for 2.5 months. They'll need to be fed next month, which is fine, because I'll be selling some grain. And down here as well. Nothing else to sell. No. I think we're fine there. And that field should be fine. Let me just double check on this field over here. Should be fine. It's looking fine. Oh, I can't see the nitrogen when I go there. Alright, well, I guess you gotta have one hooked up to it. So all the weeds are just over here, and you can see we don't have many weeds in the field. So I'm not gonna bother spraying for them. It's not really worth it. But let me just see here. How are we doing? Our score is 90. which is not bad. So we got 12% bonus. The biggest problem I have would be this field over here, because I bought that last year as is, so I didn't get the chance to weed it or drill it. But all the other fields, 97, 100, 100, 99, 100. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on that front. So when we plant in this field next year, that will help us out. Soil samples. Yes, I'm not low on sampling anywhere, I don't think. No, we are good on that side too. So chickens need to be fed next month. All the bales are in. We sold everything that we think we should be selling. Everything is pretty much put away in a shed, except for the John Deere Fent and the milking tanker. But yeah, I think we're good. I'll feed Sam because I haven't done so yet today. And oh yeah, that's what's in the sale page. So let's go to the end of the day, double check before we go to bed. Well, something disappeared, but nothing new has arrived. All right, December, sleep till 9. All right, new month. Feed Sam. A class tractor, which is not bad, but it maxes out 155 and it's a manual. I don't mind manual tractors, but when you're working in the fields and it keeps shifting between gears, I know I can go and select the gear myself, but I kind of forgot how to do that. So we're going to just ignore that tractor because it's not really what we need on the farm anyways. Yes, so selling some stuff today. So the rye, 388, and the price is dropping. We will sell that now. I don't know where that sell point is at. Agriol. I don't know if that's how you would pronounce it. Where is it on the map? All right, so it's not in the southern part of sales. Up here by the animal dealer. Of course it is. Let me see what else. Who else is selling a price maybe close to it? 388. The mill is at 384 and rising. The mill is just around the corner. The mill is just right here. Yep, right next to the farm. So that's even better. We'll probably sell there. Probably? No, we will sell there. What is the cheese doing? The cheese price is going up. So I think we'll load up with cheese on the trailer. And yeah, that's it. Sell the cheese, sell the rye. Sell the cheese, sell the rye. Let me go ahead and get rid of that tag as well. We don't need that tag there. I know where the mill is. Untag. Let's go grab the milk that the cows made overnight. Yeah, we should also have now 80 cows. We do. All right, grab the grain trailer. We'll let that fill up with rye. Well, I do need to feed the chickens. Don't want to forget about that. So, winter wheat. 12,000 is the max I can take, so that's all I need to load up with. Dump this back in. And then, yes, the rye. Oh, where's the cheese going? Is it going back to the foot? No. I don't know where that sell point is. Oh, wait. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm in this trigger to unload as well, so the trailer just started to unload on its own. How lovely. Alright, so don't untouch the trailer there. Alright, we'll load it up, and then we'll pull away from the silo. Move the John Deere a little bit. And get this in place. Take it nice and slow here. Don't want to be causing a mess, because then I'll spend 10 minutes picking it up. I'm not sure if I got enough room to slip it to the front of the trailer, so... No, get off my pallet forks. Thank you. And now the last 3 pallets, which unfortunately I hit with a tanker, so they're not quite lined up, but we'll get them. The way the 3650 is handling these pallets, I'm not really sure if I will ever need a telehandler. I mean, I would prefer a telehandler, but this is just been managing quite well here for us. And if I get a telehandler, that means I probably won't be using the John Deere as much. Raise up the forks. There we go. All right, strap that in, and I need to mark where this place is for the cheese. Because I have no idea where this place is. Oh, that's the train. Okay, nope, not the train. Cheese. What's the next sell point to go to? 1835. Well, let's back up 2 to foot. Back up 2 to foot. Untag that place. So we'll see with the rye, which I'm not going to get that much money from, and the cheese, can we get up to 200 grand? Once we get this stuff sold, we'll just make sure the animals, the chickens and the cows, are fed good enough. The chickens we just fed, but definitely the cows, because now that we got 80, they're going to go through the feed faster. We can get right on to the spring months. A lot of pedestrians on this map. So I think the way I sold the cheese last time we were up here about half hour ago, taking that approach is the best way to do it, although I am driving through a hedge to do so. No, 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 don't tip over. Alright. Now I just gotta... do a little bit of this. Oh, that one sold. That one sold. There we go. It's all in there. Oh, that got us up to 215,000 with the cheese alone. Wow, those production buildings may not be as far off as I thought they were going to be. So in the next year, we will have either the oil production or the dairy production that's on the map. Which would be a big step forward for the farm. Although I feel like the farm has made a lot of big steps in the past year or two. Hopefully I can get this in here, which I should be able to. It's a tight squeeze, but... Alright, now for the rye. But before I sell the rye, we're going to advance time and try to get a better price, because the price is rising at the mill. And the mill is just right around the corner. So if I get to here, and where's the rye? There's the rye right there. Right now it says Agriol, or whatever that's how you would pronounce that. But if we were to fast forward to about noon... Alright, still says Agriol. Interesting, that price says it's dropping. But the mill price should be going up. Let me just check to see what the price is at the mill. Rye in the mill. $3.93. $3.97. I don't want to be selling it at nighttime, so 4 o'clock is as late as I want to go. $3.94, $3.99. All right, we're just going to go to the mill because it's a lot closer. And we're only talking a few dollars for 20,000 liters. So at most, I'm out by a couple $100. And I got to make 2 trips with a rye. I know where the mill is, but I'm not really sure I remember where the sell point is in here. Is it a drive-through? Ah, right there. Money should go up, right? It's not going to go in like a storage. Okay, it is going up. And my trailer is going to be okay tipping here. So just a little over 8,000 for the first trailer. Like I said, we just got to really check on the cows, because with 20 more cows, the amount of months they can go with their feed trough is going to be reduced. So just want to make sure that they're good at least for another month. All right, so about $3,500 for that trailer load. And put this back in the shed. And put the fence away. Well, wait a minute. Before I put the fence away, the cows, do they need... cows are good for 1 more month. So we'll feed them in the morning. So I'm going to leave the fence right here, actually. Nope, engine off, please. Thank you. Sale page. So they added a forage harvester. Forage wagon, I should say. We don't need that. Yes, I think we're good. Okay, January. Feed the cows. Feed Sam. Check the sale page. Only the forage wagon remains. Oh, we got snow everywhere. $43,000 liters in here, so that should fill up the feed trough. Now, actually, if I leave this here, that should... oh, wait, the feed trough takes more than that? Oh. Okay. Let's go make some TMR then. So I'll turn on the helper HUD, that way you guys can see the mixture and how it's going, but we pretty much know what we need. Which is 2 bales of silage, and this should be silage at this point. Wrapper and all. Need a straw bale. I'm trying to get rid of these in here. Can I reach that one before hitting the post? Now all I need is 2 hay bales. And these 2 hay bales have kind of gotten apart a little bit. Hopefully I can grab them both. Grabbing both and then getting out of here are 2 different things. There we go. Got ourselves a nice mixture of some TMR. $84,000 liters worth. Again, if I leave this trailer here, it'll automatically just keep filling it up month by month as we go through these winter months. I think. This one will not, or are they full? Oh, they're full. So that's why it's not taking more. It should automatically disperse in there, I think. Kind of like the other ones do. Hello, Mo. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Oh, I was like, that's a lot of milk. I'm in the slurry trigger somehow. I think I'll leave that there. I think I'll make sure I keep the milk and dairy production going. Alright, so the cows have been fed. They should be low on straw, and they are not. So they're good there. The chickens should be fine because we just fed them. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's some good prices here, but everything we are keeping. So, yeah, we are done for January. So, like usual, let's get to the end of the day. Check the sale page, just to see what's there. Although, getting as close as we are to having a production building, I don't want to be spending any money on anything. All right, here comes February, and really not going to be doing anything other than taking care of the milk. Sale page. Interesting. 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 Other than that, nothing. Feed Sam quickly. So is that feed trough filling up the cow barn? It is. So, yep, that is working as I thought it would. Let's just go grab the milk, put that in dairy production, because I might be selling it in March. If the price is really good. I don't think I can plant... Let's see, what are we planting? I think it's oats and spring barley. Those are both going to be in March. Oats, yep, not until March, and spring barley. Well, technically I could plant spring barley now. I mean, I suppose we could. Weather looks good. Where am I planting that in? Field 94. And that's the new field. That is the new field. What is the cheese price going for, and how much cheese do I have? So we got the $25,000 worth of cheese. All right. Am I enjoying this game so far? You mean, how's the stream going today, or just Farming Simulator in general? I mean, obviously I love Farming Simulator. I've got a lot of hours into it. I'm loving this map. And I like the way the farm has come along here. So we're going to top off. Oh, I'm at the house. I'm like, why won't that fill? You're at the house, not the hut. And spring barley. It's there somewhere. Did I go buy it? Oh, I think it's just barley, not spring barley. Yeah, that's winter barley, so I'm just looking for barley, not spring barley. Alright, just venture into our neighbor's field and compact their soil for them. And it should be planting where the tram lines were as well, because we cultivated. So again, we did put some cow manure down in this field, so I could have over-fertilized in some areas. Depends on the soil type and everything, but I think for the most part, we're going to be using some artificial fertilizer. This will also help out our environmental score bonus, because it's the first time I have planted in the field myself, and with a direct drill, that's going to get our tillage score up to 100%, or at least it should. Keep running into the same tree when I back up. This field here, I will spray for weeds because I had not done so in this field. And that'll get our weed score in the field up to 100. So that'll be done next month as well. This is probably the only field I really do wish I had the Pronto. Having that extra 2 meters would make a difference. Definitely would put our Fent to its limits, but I did test it on a test map with the Fent, and it seemed to pull it with no problem, so whenever we get there financially, we'll look at swapping this drill out for the Pronto. Yeah, I probably should look to see if there's any good contracts that maybe the Mercedes could be doing while I'm doing this, but being February, I'm guessing not a whole lot. Yeah, we just got a deadwood and a wood transport contract, so all the other farmers are still snuggled in bed, I suppose, and don't want no work being done. So the cow's manure is definitely going to save us on artificial fertilizer. And if I'm here long enough, it'll definitely pay for itself to have the manure spreader. Trying to think, on FS22, when I did Solyndra, did I do contracts on that map? I mean, that map was not big at all. That was a really small map. But that's the last time I really ran a small farm. I think I made all my money from the sheep and the spinnery, making fabric. I don't think I bothered with the contracts because the fields were so small they weren't worth really doing. But here, you know, for this for me is a small farm. But we've been doing contracts here, of course. Mostly just mowing and cultivating contracts at this point. So if we get out and look, because we do have the crop rotation mod active. What's the yield for the crop rotation? Crop rotation yield is 120% and bad soil in this part of the field, but 87 out of 89. If I get to the other side of the field, I think that's where all the good soil is. But yeah, if we keep making enough cheese, I just need like another $100,000 I can buy the dairy production on the map or the oil production. And I'm not sure which way I want to go yet. It's kind of hard to buy the dairy production. We already got one. But the same sense, if I get the oil mill, then I can save up for the mayonnaise production. But then where the mayonnaise production wants to go, that's where my current dairy production is. So, but I guess for how much that dairy production costs, I could always just sell it and move it out somewhere else. try using the old tractor, but end up upgrading as soon as starts farming up hills. Well, that's usually what I end up doing as well, but if you can have the willpower to do like what I'm doing, is restrict yourself to how much horsepower you can have on the farm. So on this series here, I'm not allowed to have any tractors over 200 horsepower. And this tractor here puts it right to the limit, because this tractor has 200 horsepower. So this is the biggest tractor I can have on the farm. But luckily this map here and where I'm farming, and this is where I spent some time before I started the series, I spent some time on the map looking around like, okay, where's a good place to build a starting farm and where the land is relatively flat. So when I buy the land, you know, I don't, you know, if this was 200 horsepower, would I be able to use this drill on a hill? Maybe not. So yeah, I did a little looking into it, like, okay. And yeah, this map and where my starting farm is and the fields around it fits what I'm doing here perfectly. At least I feel like it fits perfectly. But yeah, I'm probably, you know, you're probably a little bit like me, starting on a farm. It's like, I'm going to start with the small tractors. And then once you start building up the farm, it's like, I need a big tractor. You save up money and you buy your first big tractor, then all the big implements follow along. And before you know it, you only use the small tractors for about a year or two in game. And then you got all the big stuff. Well, most of the big stuff. Yeah, there are a few small herds of water buffalo. I would like to see, if they're going to do water buffalo, and they brought the Highland cattle, I wonder how long before they bring bison as something we can put in cow barns. So you can see in the bottom left-hand corner as we're drilling, because this drill does have fertilizer in it, we're getting an even amount of fertilizer for the soil type and the crop type in the field. Did I say bison? Yes. At least I thought I did. So we're actually using just about as much fertilizer as we are seed, which is not a whole lot. Yeah, a lot of farms have alpacas on them nowadays too. I'm kind of surprised they haven't brought ducks or geese into the game to be penned up with the chickens. We're getting along rather nicely here. That way, when we get to March, we'll have the other field of, what am I planting over there? Oats. Yes, oats. I don't think it'd be too much to write into the game. I mean, ducks. I know most of us know ducks have been a modded animal going back to at least 19. Oops. Missed a spot. Better get that now before I forget about it. Yeah, so basically this field here only makes me feel like that's when I need the 6 meter wide drill over this 4. Although it's not taking me too long to get this done. Whole new ball game when it comes to bison farming. I don't know what they eat in general. I thought it'd be somewhat the same as cows. All right, John, always appreciate you being here. Sleep well. Have a good rest of your Tuesday. Have a good Wednesday. Again, not streaming on Wednesdays, so I'll be streaming on Thursday. As for what, that's a question mark. So yeah, definitely want to make sure I take care of the weeds in this field in March just to get the weed score up on this field. I just realized though I'm not planting any canola this year. So yeah, maybe getting the oil factory would not be in best interest. But in the same aspects, like I said, I already got the dairy production. That dairy production goes to the milk at a really good pace to make the cheese. And the thing is, I really don't know the recipe for the mayonnaise other than it's oil and eggs. I don't know how much oil or how much eggs make how many liters of mayonnaise. I think we got just shy of 40,000 liters of canola, which means I'll just have about 20,000, a little bit under that, of oil. Although I am more I think about it, I'm leaning just more and more towards the oil factory. So the barley, we know we can feed to the chickens. I can always keep this just for the chickens. The spelt that we planted in October, as we've been told, that's the cousin crop of wheat. So I'm thinking that might be able to be fed to the chickens as well. As for the oats, no, I got nothing for that. So when we harvest that this upcoming year, that'll be just stored and sold in December. Didn't quite get the entire patch. One tiny little spot here. Something you don't see too often. It is snowing and I am planting a crop. I think the oil production on this map is 300. There we go. So now when I look at precision farming on this map and look at my score in the field, it's gone up to a 75. So the weeds are the middle one. The top one is nitrogen. So now that I planted, I got a nice even keel of fertilizer. That score should go up quite a bit. Let me switch this over to oats so that is ready for next time. This Parker right here. Boy, that makes the farmyard look a lot different with those two sheds on that side. Make it really look more and more like a farmyard the further we go. Yeah, so the oil mill on this one here, let me just make sure. Oil maker visit. 300,000 even. And on the map, it's not that far from, oh, maybe it's farther from the farm than I thought. Let's not, I mean, it's a bit ways off, but here's a farm. So when I go up to the animal dealer, that's just right up here. So it's right on down the hill, but it is what it is. I mean, it's not that far. But yeah, not only in that oil mill though, can we do oil. We're not, we might get into grapes and wine on this one. But we have the choice to do mustard and make old style mustard. So we can plant mustard in some fields and use that. We got all the oil choices, of course, but we can also do grapes in it as well. So maybe that's why it's 300,000, because it's a combo of factories. But mainly, I just want the oil, so eventually we can put down the mayonnaise production, which is, there's not one on the map, so I can't really look at the recipe, but I know it's oil and eggs. So I don't know what the ratio of oil and eggs to make mayonnaise. But the mayonnaise does sell for a good price, as we did see early on in the series. But in case you forgot and I forgot, it goes for 4,360. I want to put down a selling point for it, but not a big deal at all. So we are up to $26,000 worth of cheese. So between the cheese that we keep on making, hopefully the price stays good for a little bit longer. That'll get us up to $250,000. And then when I cut the silage of the grass fields in April and make the all silage bales and sell that in May, we might have the $300,000 by then. Base game on Riverbend's $240K. So $300K for an oil mill and a grape mill, I guess I'd call it. I don't even know what the base production would be called. What is that base production called for grapes? If I go here, I don't even know what the grape production looks like. Oh, right here. Grape production is $240,000. So yeah, that's a combo of oil and grapes for $300,000, which is pretty good. Again, though, if I do grapes here, it's to make wine, so that's not going to help us out. Unless I get a whole bunch of grapes and we can do raisins and grape juice. That's a possibility, but that's further on down the road. The bakery here is not cheap, and I don't want to get too many productions. How many? This is 70,000. Oh, that's the bakery. I'm thinking a grain mill. Grain mill's 150,000. And that's what we sold to not long ago. But yeah, I don't want to get too many productions. I just want to kind of stick with the mayonnaise and wine. Because we're in France after all, so mayo and wine is, and also the mustard we'll get into. So I might actually need to buy more fields if I'm going to do mustard, oil, and if we eventually do some grapes, I'm going to need a place for some grapevines. Which, again, I'll have to look into that because we got restriction on horsepowers and stuff. But again, grapes are the last thing on the list to do. So we did pretty good today. I think we started in August or September. I forgot what month we are. We're now in February. We bought this shed today. Went through the winter months. I don't think I purchased anything today from the store. And we're up to 224,000. So, as we just talked about, getting closer and closer to having another production building. And we got 80 cows now, so the amount of milk we're getting should be pretty good. Pretty darn good. How much further before the next set of cows? They're at 13 months, so another 5 months, these cows will be producing milk also. So, much more milk to come in the near future, sometime this year, actually. So, we got 2 fields planted. I got 1 more field to plant of oats. And then just take care of the grass fields. And, yeah, we'll see how it does. Next time I stream Pichonniere Valley, probably, again, not until next Monday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I will be streaming. But, you know, SnowRunner's been doing pretty good on the stream. So, we'll be doing SnowRunner. Possibly an ATS stream. Could be there. And also possibly... I got to play a game later on. I got a play test going on. Started today on Rescue Ops Wildfire, I do believe. So it's basically being a firefighter putting out fires in the wilderness. So yeah, a forest fighter. A forest firefighter. FFF. A lot of Fs. Oh yeah. Let me just check on something here before we head on out of here. Oh, and I just see I got an email. I just got an email today, during today's stream, about the other Forest Ranger game. So I'll have to read that and see what that's all about. That could be something coming up on the channel very soon. Maybe even sooner than I thought. Yeah, I just want to go ahead and say, see if FS Farmer is streaming. He is. Yes. So we are going to raid FS Farmer. So if you want to see some more farming, I think he's been playing on Judith Plains. So yeah, if you want to see some more farming, FS Farmer is a good streamer, a good farmer, and a good content creator. So you might want to check him on out here in just a second. So just stay here on the stream and you'll get diverted and directed right over to his stream and just say hello to him. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he would very much appreciate it. But yeah, anyways, no stream tomorrow. But a reminder, I did release an episode earlier today of Transport Fever 2. It's been 5.5 months since I did my last episode. We're getting back into that. Tomorrow should be an episode of Shamburgo. And there might be actually 2 videos out tomorrow, but I'll have to wait and see what's going on with that email. And then, like I said, Thursday I'll be back streaming, but not sure as of what game as of yet. But appreciate everyone being here for watching me farm today in Pichonniere Valley. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Have a good Wednesday. Have a good start to your Thursday. And hopefully I'll see you all on Thursday afternoon. But until then, have a good one.